Education, November 1st, 2024. I will apologize to everyone here for my late entry. Things did not go as planned this morning, so I'll just leave it at that. Let the roll call reflect that three members are present, myself, Mr. McBride, and Mrs. Harvey. Mrs. Farley and Mr. Brogan, due to unforeseen circumstances, were unable to be with us today. Would like to ask Mr. McBride, if you would, to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
So they are or are not?
They are not.
Okay.
No, I received a message from Renee this morning. She said she was not able to be here in person, and she said she couldn't dial in. And Mr. Brogan, he just had a last minute unforeseen item pop up. So, item 3, approval of agenda or adjustments. Do we have any adjustments to the?
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to pull the personnel recommendations that have pending certifications to be voted on separately, please.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Mrs. Harvey, seconded by Mr. McBride, to pull personnel items with pending certifications and handle those separately. Is there any discussion? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstaining? Let the minutes reflect by 3-0 vote that we will pull personnel items with pending certifications and handle those separately.
Any bills that needed?
Let's see here.
Try to pull it up.
Yeah, that's what, I didn't see any, but let me just make sure. So,
A lot of it is reimbursements to our staff. Mon Power's on there.
and he's not here. That's RT
Yeah.
Rogers was the only one I've seen, and since he's not here. Okay.
I'll make a motion that we approve the agenda with the aforementioned changes.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Mrs. Harvey, seconded by Mr. McBride, that we approve the agenda with the aforementioned changes. Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Abstaining? Let the minutes reflect by a 3-0 vote that the agenda with the aforementioned changes has been approved. Approval of bills. Yeah, we have the hard copy, but we also have our electronic copy if you all want to go ahead and move forward with this, or if we can wait. I'll leave that up to you guys. Maybe you want to look at it with me.
The Apple purchase, is that for the technology that we approved a couple
Sorry if you.
weeks ago?
Is that
Or a computer for a special ed student. And
2,600 for Career Safe is for,
That's the OSHA classes.
okay.
What's the Mascot Junction? Is that,
And that is for the high school, their PBIS program.
okay,
That's to CFI.
okay. Thank you. Right, so we have the bills before us. Do I have a motion?
Make a motion that we pay the bills.
Second.
Motion by Mrs. Harvey, seconded by Mr. McBride, that we approve the payment of the bills. Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, abstaining. Minutes reflect by a 3-0 vote that the bills have been approved for payment. New business, we have our WVDE visit.
Might have to take a recess until
Okay.
they should be here
Um,
anytime.
So we'll table the WVDE visit until they arrive.
Okay.
And then Mr. Lee is coming with them as well?
Yeah.
Okay.
We're right behind him. He used to work for WVDE, but he's
Okay.
gonna share with you guys a free parent guardian or guidance for the next 3 years in the state of West Virginia, paid by the State Department.
Okay. Discussion or possible action regarding student mental health.
Do we have our counselors and
They
folks?
were all scheduled to come at 10
Okay.
because of
So
trying
let's,
to work with the State Department.
let's table that one as well. We'll pick that back up when they're able to be here. Item D, wraparound services.
That's all them.
It's all them too.
Yeah.
So we're gonna table this. Okay. E, discussion or possible action regarding increasing academic performance. What I put this on here, what I was just really wanting to look at was an overview. And I know we've had in some of our board meetings, the principals have come and talked about different programs. But I really just want a high level view of, we've got a lofty goal of 5% increase in our test scores. And so I think 9 weeks into the school year, it's a good checkpoint time to talk about what's in place and how that seems to be working out at this point. And I will kind of let the principals talk about what's going on in their schools and how they see if it's a positive approach and we're on track to hopefully meet our goal. Okay.
At Visionary Elementary, we've had some very successful PLC meetings and PD sessions with our teachers. And we're really focusing in on fluency in reading and math, because when we did our deep dives of the data last spring, that's the areas that showed the biggest struggles with our students. And so we are tracking our oral reading fluency and our math fluency school-wide. And then Alicia Lett through Leader and Me was at the Teacher Academy, did a 4-day session with them on establishing their academic goal on that at the school level. We did it all together. And then the grade level teams also came up with their lead measures or action steps on how to accomplish that for each grade level. They're tracking that. They each have a bulletin board to do that one. And then at the individual level, the students are tracking their academic goals that align to fluency in their data tracking notebooks. And they'll be able to share that with the parents when they come in. We have done a lot of work with the NovaMat. We have the PD sessions every 2 weeks with them. And those have been good. We've asked them to tweak them so that they have specific topics to go over. And it's not just a question and answer session, but coaching sessions. And that's more effective now. They've come in to do PD with our parents on, these are the activities your children are going to be doing. This is how you can help them at home. These are the type of materials you can use at home. So that was great. We had, I think, 5 parents showed up for that, and very good feedback from them. We are looking at our data more frequently than we have in the past. We are progress monitoring every week instead of every couple of weeks for our oral reading fluency and our math fluency. And we are seeing growth. I think we are on target to meet our 5% goals. Even with our special ed population, we are doing that. So I feel very confident that we can.
Okay. Me now. We are also doing the data meetings and looking at all the data, progress monitoring. We're doing fluency every evening, for 20 minutes. And Monday, Wednesday, Friday is ELA, and then Tuesday, Thursday is math. And then second semester, we're going to switch those. We just recently changed our schedule because, math was in the afternoon. And for my littles, and they were like 1:40 to 2:40 having math, and it was not working out. They were not, like, they were done. So we recently flipped the schedule where ELA and math are all in the morning. We were able to do that. And that's working out much better. I've checked with all the teachers this week, and they said that the kids are way more engaged. We are coming up. I checked progress monitoring actually this week, and everybody except a couple of kids came up. So that was good news. Doing frequent like check-ins with the teachers, going in and making sure that my walkthroughs, observations, just popping in to make sure that the kids are on task and that we're following the standards, the curriculum, and it's going very well. I think we're on target as well.
Good.
At the high school, our academic focus is around increasing the level of our instruction, making sure that our lessons are standards-based to the rigor of the standard. And then we are trying to increase the DOK level of the activities in our classrooms. When we met at the, as a leadership team at the end of September, and we looked at the DOK levels of our walkthroughs, we had 14% of our walkthroughs were the active learning activities were at about 14% for DOK 3, with the vast majority being at DOK 1. When I pulled the report yesterday afternoon, I believe it was 27% of our walkthroughs indicated that we were at a DOK 3 level of activities. So 27% of our walkthroughs, we saw DOK 3, and then DOK 2 was the next largest. And so we significantly decreased our number of DOK 1, or we saw a decrease in the use of DOK 1 instructional strategies for October. And we more than doubled our number of walkthroughs in October than we did in September. So just looking at it from an instructional standpoint, there is growth in improving our instructional practices.
Okay. And so you said there was an increase in number of walkthroughs.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that increase in number gave you a broader database to pull those up, or do you think that it's actually that those DOKs 3 questions are being instructed or asked more now?
That's going to be a discussion that we have as a leadership team at our November 13th meeting.
Okay.
That's our first meeting for November.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions you all have?
How is attendance going at the individual schools so far?
Last year, we ended the year with 89.9%. We do like a lot of different attendance incentives, and we have staff versus students each month for a leader of the month. So the attendance rate for this last one that we had, we were at 93.5% for the students. So it's jumped. Our goal was 2%. And we did the attendance collaborative with the State Department last year. They said your goal needs to be 95%, but it's a slow process, so it could take a while to get there. So we were thrilled that it was.
That's a big jump, yeah.
All the illness and stuff. So
Have you
because
seen
we
that
are
with your,
managing-
is the staff also doing better with
The
their?
staff was at 94.7%, so they beat the students.
Well, that's friendly competition. I like that.
Jumping range, well, we won. We are the attendance winners for this month, so. And I've actually only had one student that had, that I had to do a 5-day later on, but that child was actually very sick. And so I'm looking for the excuse to come in any day because he was very sick. He had pneumonia. So I'm just looking for the doctor's excuse for mom to send that in. So our attendance is great this month.
At the end of last year, our chronic attendance rate was just a little north of 44%. But this year, we managed to keep it below 35%. Currently, we're at 34. And then our average daily attendance rate was about 88% last year, and now it's 90.88%. And that being over 90% has been pretty steady across the board this year.
And student discipline, how's that going so far?
Well, one of our CSI ATS goals had to be a PBIS goal. And so we worked with part of the leadership team this summer to put together the discipline matrix and procedures. My building is full of new teachers. And before this year, a lot of uncertified teachers. So they struggled a bit with classroom management, just knowing at that tier 1 level what to do specifically. So we have very specific guidelines. You know, of course, elementary, you give them a warning, and the first time is this, the second time is this, the third time is this. And then if they get in trouble 4 times in the classroom, they come to me for intervention. So the teachers are really appreciating having that in place. We're seeing good data. We look at our discipline data at every leadership meeting. We have the next one on Monday, actually. And I think I had 14 students that came to me, not for consequences, but an intervention with me 4 times. Classroom level stuff. At the last data analysis, and we have, I think, 12 actual discipline referrals that we put in VBIS, but several of those are from our tier 4 grade too. So I think this is going to be good. And of course, we have leader piece of it.
We are using PBIS, and I feel like it's very much more consistent this year. We have a flow chart that the teachers and I decided on last year. That like what are office managed behaviors and what are teacher managed behaviors. And PBIS meets monthly to go over the data. Our think sheets are a little up right now, but which is actually good because it means that we're having kids think about their behavior. And we have a reteach time right now for 10 minutes where that's where they do those think sheets with one person. And they go over like what they did wrong, what the expectations were, how they can correct that, what they're going to do the next time. So it's not just give them a think sheet and don't talk about it. You know, they have to admit what their behavior was and how they can fix it. I've had 6 office referrals. I also did interventions like with Summer from New Schools. She has a couple of groups that it was like anger management. And Tracy, our guidance counselor, Tracy Long, she has also met with them. And then I have had 1 in-school suspension for a repeat offender, and then a couple of lunch detentions. But overall, the discipline is going very well. We just had to get PBIS consistent, make sure these expectations are being followed.
We have seen a decrease from this time last year of about 20% of our referrals. We owe that to a few things. One, we've also rolled out our PBIS model. One of the things you just paid for was the signage for that. And we've included a flow chart for how to better manage classroom behaviors so that the teachers really understand what really they should be taking care of and what we should be taking care of in the office. So again, we've seen a decrease in 20%, but the other thing we attribute that to is the complete ban on cell phones. Now, none of us are ignorant. We know that they're still in the building when we don't catch them, but by and large, when we do see it, we take it. And I would say that probably the highest number of phones we end up taking in a day is probably about 8. So it's going very well. Probably 1% of the students' phones that we take really buck us on it, and it goes to insubordination. But on the whole, our discipline numbers are doing very well. We've also purchased Tardy Tracker, which is getting them to class on time. I'm not seeing kids struggling to get to class. In fact, all I have to say is you got less than a minute left, and they start running in whatever direction they need to go to. So on the whole, discipline numbers are decreasing, which means the climate of the school is getting better every day.
Ms. Brown, to help you segue, sorry, there's no better way. She had to take care of a parent conversation. The board asked about academics, how it's going the first quarter, and it was about what you're seeing in your building regarding discipline and what was the, oh, attendance. So you want to kind of segue in? I know there's no simple way of coming on in, but come on.
Yeah, so for us.
Just want to get you caught up.
Yeah, we actually, it sounds like we might be the only ones, but we've seen a little uptick in behaviors. We have a few families with many siblings, and so we've had just different situational things going on. And so we're navigating through those things. And so with New School, with Radon Medical, Reach actually is in on those as well, and our counselor in building. And so as far as numbers are concerned, thus far in the year, we've had 16 write-ups. We have had a couple of in-school suspensions and an out-of-school suspension. And so, but we have good plans moving forward. So kids who are experiencing those kind of behaviors, we have in the SAP process. And so we're addressing things, trying to address things all the way around. So prevention, intervention, postvention, all of those things to take care of those situations.
So as far as academics at your school,
Yeah.
we set a goal of a 5% increase. So
Mhm.
what have you implemented this year that may be different from last year? And how is that, what results are you seeing up to this point?
Yeah, so far, we've seen some really encouraging things. We are heavily tracking fluency, just because that is what we believe to make the most impact in our overall scores. Students who are fluent in math and students who are fluent in reading are going to be able to access more strategies because they're not spending so much time decoding or, counting or, those kind of things. So we're trying to free up their mental brain working space so that they can focus on what the real work is. And so we are doing weekly cold reads and warm reads. So we're focusing on oral reading fluency first and vocabulary instruction as well. And so we are using knowledge building libraries, which you guys have probably already talked about those, knowledge building libraries. And students are having a deeper dive into like content areas. And so, but students are tracking their own data because we do have Leader in Me. Every student has a wildly important goal. So every student has a WIG, and their WIG is to see themselves grow. And so they're tracking their own data as far as their fluency is concerned, both in ELA and in math. We're using Math Fact Lab is a program that we use for math. It just makes it easier to track, but teachers are doing different programs. Fluency and Fitness is a program that some of our teachers use and incorporates physical activities and fluency activities. And so thus far, teachers are like, oh my gosh, you have to see this. Last time they read 15 words in 60 seconds, and this time they read 72 words. And so we're seeing some really good gains from that.
Wanted to add, if I could,
Sure.
on the libraries. We had a team of teachers, elementary, and they looked at the ELA standards and the science and social studies standards. So they bought books to meet the science and social studies standards to use with their ELA studies as well. So you all, back in the summer, you approved a lot of the Books A Million deals, and we got some of the books from Amazon, and they're separated in tubs or boxes for each standard for science and social studies.
And sorry to piggyback on that. Our teachers believed in it so much. We acquired another almost $8,000 in grant money to supplement those even more. And so the teachers really like it. It seems to be working, and it's really helping. And so our classrooms all have really strong libraries, not just for vocabulary comprehension, all the way around. They're very well-rounded pieces that they're using.
How are the Ron Clark
integration's going?
Yeah, fantastic, actually. So it was really funny. So one of the things that we're doing, like specifically from Ron Clark is doing some kind of like physical activity that coincides with a vocabulary word. So giving some kind of movement to it and to help them remember. And so one of the teachers came and she said, "We're trying that thing you said and it's working." So yeah, so the kids are doing a really good job. So everybody's by and large much more active. You know, they're up and they're moving and so and then I even like in the hallways, you know, whatever to come in the classroom kind of thing. Like students are stopping, like have to tell teacher a word or a number or a, you know, something. And so activating those all in and out is going really well. And then we actually are going to do house sorting starting on the 15th. And so the kids are so excited. And so far that part's going really well. And once that is in place, that's what I anticipate to really, really help with the behaviors that we've seen thus far. So having those kids really plugged in, not only with like peers, but also mentor teachers that they may not work with all the time. It's going to mix those groups in a different way.
Last month you heard that Miss Brown won Talk It beat Jumping Branch. Well, did the tables turn this month on
Yes,
attendance?
yes, and she did not wear her Jumping Branch shirt today, which I'm very upset.
I don't have one yet. The only one I have says Talk It was a winner.
I had to wear green when we lost.
What I like is there's a friendly competition between the principals at the elementary level to increase attendance, because I know that's a big push on how do we get people to want to come to school. And then when they hear about their principals having to wear the other color, it's friendly competition to see adults can win and adults can lose appropriately. I know you guys are having fun, but
It
yeah,
works
we're
really-
calling you out today, Miss.
Yes.
Brown.
It works really well too, because the Talk kids know me so well, so they're like
Yeah.
super excited when I have to wear green.
Very
Yeah.
true. Absolutely. Yeah.
We can check with the graphic design department. Jumping Branch shirt
Absolutely.
before we leave here.
Let's go down to that CTE room right now, all right?
So I think one of the things that is good to see is the consistency in the tactics the strategy that you all are all incorporating to, especially across the elementary schools. Because I think for so long, in just my personal experience of looking at the different schools, everybody's just kind of done their own thing. And to see especially the three elementary schools, working the same strategy with maybe some different tactics, but then also some crossover tactics, I think really brings some harmony and some cross coordination, some sharing of ideas, and really just expands the brain trust that you principals can have and bring to the table.
And hopefully makes it a little easier on our middle school instructors when your students come in. Yeah. So, any other questions? I just will say it's good. And one thing I wanted to kind of get feedback from you on is what we were doing differently this year. So, you know, each one of you indicated that you were kind of going a different approach. And that's good, because obviously we can't keep doing the same thing we've been doing, expect a different result. So it's good to see that we have some new approaches going here, that you're tracking more frequently. And we're very hopeful at the end of the year that we're going to see that increase in scores. One thing that Ms. Harvey asked about, and I'm glad she did, was the discipline. We all know in this room that if we don't have classroom management, if we don't have consistency and discipline, learning's not going to be effective. The cell phone policy, as Dr. Green indicated, I think that's been huge. We heard more complaints from parents than we ever heard from students regarding that. And that policy is something, even before Ms. Harvey joined the board, we adopted a cell phone policy. And I just want to thank Dr. Green for your enforcement of that policy. I know we knew coming in last year, you had a pretty monumental task ahead of you. And so I'm just glad that this year you're able to implement that cell phone policy. I think it's been it's been, from my standpoint of my children in the school system, it's been a positive thing. I've heard less stories from them in the evenings, I saw this or this happened or this happened. They're more focused on their, what happened in class versus what they saw on social media or wherever. Not that my kids are on social media, but, so that, I think that's been a positive impact. And I shared the story with you. There was and I apologize to my elementary principals here, our elementary principals here, because my daughter's in high school. This is just geared toward the high school principal, but there was a parent who complained about the discipline that was being implemented at the high school. And when we left where that parent was, my daughter, the response to me was, well, students are just upset now because they are being made to follow the rules in the handbook. And coming from a student, even though it was mine, that's good to hear. And I know you all at the elementary school level are doing the same. It's a little easier per se at elementary. I remember just a few years ago when I was an elementary student, if my teacher or my principal told me to do something, I did it. But when I got to middle school or high school, I had a little more of my own will that I wanted to, so I might have to be told 2 or 3 times and I would test the boundaries. So that discipline piece is huge as far as improving our scores, along with attendance, which we've heard today seems to be on the rise. So we're very hopeful that all the efforts you all are doing at your school see that increase. Thank you all very much. Do we want to jump back now? So we tabled item, who's back on my agenda? We tabled item 5A, new business. We have WVDE with us now. So we will turn the floor over to you all if you'd like.
Is it possible for us to request an executive session?
It
For
is.
this portion?
Yes.
I'll make a motion that we go into an executive session based on
Personnel.
West Virginia Code 6-9A-4, personnel paragraph 2.
Second.
So we have a motion by Mrs. Harvey, seconded by Mr. McBride, based on West Virginia Code 6-9A-4, that we go into executive session. Is there any discussion? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstaining? The minutes reflect by a 3-0 vote that we will now go into executive session at this time. Time is 8:50. Okay, Lee's over there. We'll turn the floor over to Mr. Cummings from the State Department, and he's going to go over our financial report with us. It's right down here.
So one thing that I talked to Kayla about here recently is the monthly report that in State Board Policy 8100, we require to be made to the board monthly. And kind of, how to go about doing that, things of that nature. One thing that the Department of Education had done a few years back was created a report that we determined to be the minimum standards that to be presented to the board and make sure they are aware of the fiscal activity of the district. So that's what you have before you today. One thing that I wanted to go through is just kind of talk about the information within it. That way we can have a good picture. Kayla can have an idea moving forward as to what really to present to you all to make you aware of things of that nature. I know that in conversation with a few counties statewide, there was at a West Virginia School Board Association meeting, a sample presentation of a monthly report, things of that nature. I'm not even actually familiar with what that actually looked like. I'm here today to just show you what we as a department recommend and go from there. How's that sound? Okay, so just on the cover there, you'll just see it identifies on the cover what month the report is based on. So, any of our counties have the ability to go out and run this information for a given month. As I mentioned previously in executive session, but I'll reiterate it here. The month has to be closed eight days after the month end. So for October, that month end close would be November 8th. That way, for the November board meeting, there would be an October report to present on. Because we haven't made it that far yet, we're still in October. We're generally a 1 month lag as it pertains to the report available. So that's why we have September information here. As we move on through this report, the next page is a very high level view, I guess you could say, of the revenues and expenditures of the district, and it lists them out by fund. Fund, if you're not familiar, generally we have what's called the general fund of the district, which is the discretionary funds and any of the funding that doesn't have restrictions on that funding would be maintained or accounted for in that general expense fund. The second fund that Summers County operates is a capital projects fund. My understanding that there's some sort of school project, a construction project of one of your schools that's going on. It's SBA funded in some capacity. So that's why that's being maintained there. There's a special revenue fund, which is where all state and federal grants are maintained and accounted for. That'll be your title IDEA funds generally, but also any state federal grant award that you may receive would be accounted for within that fund. Then finally, we have the federal stimulus fund. That would be where all the ESSER funds were accounted for. As we, November 15th is the last day for those. So this, assuming we get an October report, then a November report, we should start to see those zero out as we move towards the end of this fiscal year. So that's just a high level overview of the funds that are maintained by the county. As we move forward on this page, you can see here what's being shown is month-to-date revenues received in the first column of data there, and then year-to-date revenues received. Obviously, that year-to-date column will continue to grow as we move throughout the fiscal year. Then as we get over to the fourth column of data, we have a current annual budget. That's the budget that was approved by the Department of Education, but would also include any changes that happen to the budget throughout the course of the fiscal year. So, for example, if there were funds that were let's say the county received a grant award that they did not anticipate getting as we were building this budget. They would supplement those funds into the budget. That way, there's a way for accounting for those revenues and expenditures, so forth. So this is not necessarily what was approved by the Department of Education, but where the budget stands now based on journal entries that are required to be approved by the Department of Education. So there is still that approval process in place. The next column is just showing a difference there of the revenues that have been collected to date versus what was budgeted to be collected. That's also on a percentage basis. And then there is information there on the far right as it pertains to prior year information, year-to-date revenues that were collected this time last year and how those compare to the current year. So that's what's being shown there. Similar on the expenditure side as well, just shows month-to-date expenditures, year-to-date expenditures, encumbrances. Those are POs that are in place that are already obligating funds to make sure that we understand that those are spoken for in some capacity. Some of those can be released, but we want to make sure that we're always keeping an eye on that. And finally, we have the budget again, a difference, and then those same prior year information that you see there. I want to make note that the September report itself is generally going to be where the report starts to increase in terms of expenditures, because that's where our first payrolls come into play. School starting, those types of things. So July and August might be a little more bleak as it pertains to this data, but then once we get into September, obviously we're going to start ramping up there. Another thing to keep or to make note of, and we'll see this actually in a little more detail as we move forward in this report. The encumbrances will increase in October, mainly because payroll encumbrances are required to take place in the month of October or by the end of October. So the November report should reflect those. 70% on average of a county board's budget is compensation salary. So you'll see those increase, and that way it gives you a better depiction of where we're actually at in terms of spending against that budget that we built to come into the fiscal year.
Question on this budget?
Yeah, absolutely.
So general current expense fund
Mhm.
for both revenue and expenditures
Yes.
under current annual budget,
Mm-hmm.
$550 difference. Is that significant?
It's not. There's probably already been an entry that's been entered that just didn't balance, and it can be cleaned up. All right, so then as we move on in this report, we start getting into the detailed activity of each of the funds that we just kind of looked at high level. First is the general expense fund, or general current expense fund. And then there's a revenue and expenditure detailed page for each of these funds. Your general fund, the revenues there are going to be mainly made up of property tax or state aid that you all receive from the state. Again, month to date, year to date, and how that compares to the budget's all right there. Those will vary in terms of collections just due to when tax revenues are available and tax checks are remitted to the board, and then they get receipted, obviously. Our state aid's a little more on point, you can say. Yes, there's a schedule that we maintain to pay those out, but it is backloaded. So you'll get less money up front in the first quarter, and it just gradually builds. It's all based on when revenues are available with the Department of Revenue with the state of West Virginia. So that's how those are built. But outside of that, I mean, it's a pretty basic sheet here that you're looking at, just describing the revenues that have been received and what we're looking at potentially receiving. And all that bottom line number, those just reconcile back to that first high level page that we've seen. The next page is again that detailed expenditure breakdown. This is extremely detailed, really, as it pertains to just object level. It's what we refer to expenditure codes at the object level. The bolded words, salaries, so on and so forth, are what we would call a roll up of those expenditure codes to that way we're not looking at we have hundreds of codes in our chart of accounts, so we have to try to what's where I'm looking, roll them up the best we can, to make the data more meaningful to review, of course. So that's what we're seeing here. Again, those detailed expenditures, you can see all those expenditures being incurred for salaries, supplies, so on and so forth. And then you can see where those were originally budgeted and how those compare to that budget. So, I'm trying to find a good example. So for example, the other professional services where a budget was built and we're already a little bit over that budget, that's when finance would go in, review those, make transfers among budget lines to make sure that we are accounting for those differences, where we've already expended or encumbered funds against a certain expenditure code, to then be able to make sure our budget's meaningful again, and able to work from. So that's kind of, again, there's a lot of numbers on this sheet. I know that, but the hope is that it's not too detailed, that you can at least understand it and make decisions off of it. Then as we move forward throughout this, it's just going to be much the same, where we have a revenue and an expenditure page for each of these funds. You know, that general fund's a beast. It's going to be where most of your data falls. Yeah, I mean, the capital projects fund, it's very small. There's not as much activity taking place. It's generally a revenue in and a payment out, and it's all going to be to one specific area. You'll get a little more detail on this special revenue fund, in terms of whether it's federal or state funds, if you want to kind of see that in action. There's not going to be revenues receipted unless finance is doing a drawdown. So that's why those numbers currently show low. They're just, at some point, needs to be a drawdown made against those projects, to then be able to receipt in revenue. Because if you don't do that, then it looks like you're spending more than what's available, that sort of thing. Another thing to keep in mind is that this is only the current budget, and that those carryover entries that I discussed with you all during executive session that need to take place in October, you'll see those in the November report as well, once submitted and approved. It may not be reflected until December based on when the board actually approves those entries, but then that'll bring more revenue into the budget as well, as it pertains to this special revenue fund. So you'll be able to just have a better picture of what activity to expect throughout the fiscal year. Well, other than that, unless you all have questions, I think that's at least a good enough high-level overview to what to expect in a monthly report from finance moving forward. That way you can feel good about the information being reported to you, and hopefully it's useful for decision-making purposes.
This is,
Phenomenal.
is this, and that was going to be my question, how labor intensive is this report? Okay.
So it takes just a few minutes to run there. Once she runs it, she'll be able to look and see if there's necessary cleanup to identify that sort of thing. But outside of that, we'll go through it during our next work session next Friday, and that way we can talk about it in more detail, so she has a better feeling about what it is she's even explaining, that kind of thing. You know, it's something that I can do firsthand because I've looked at it so much, but that way we can get her in a place where she feels comfortable explaining the data and even understanding what changes she needs to make on her end, revisions through entries, to be able to clean it up.
Because this is, I mean, from my standpoint, and I think the other board members as well, this is really what we're looking for.
Yeah, absolutely.
The report that you mentioned at the School Board Association, it probably breaks this down a little more than we needed.
Sure.
And that's, I tried to relay that. I don't know if I was successful in articulating that, but I think it did cover more of a breakdown of what we needed. We just want a high level overview. And this kind of tells us, this is how much was budgeted, this is how much we've spent, this is how much we have left to spend. So I think this will take care of what we were asking for. And so you've just taken up probably 10 minutes off of our meeting, because that agenda item, we could just say, here's what we want.
Absolutely. Sounds great. Appreciate the time being with you today.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Yeah.
Budget our time back.
The 11th or 12th grade student
So,
who wishes to speak to Fairmont State should go to the auditorium now. Thank you.
so before you all leave, I just want to thank you for coming. Thank you for the information and the guidance you provided, and thank you very much. We have your phone number, so don't be surprised when we reach out.
Yes, reach out if you need us.
Thank you.
And if you get stuck by leaving, that happens a lot of people, so you might want to get off this property as quickly as you can, or a train will stop you at some point.
All right, so looking back at our
Thank you.
agenda, we have a lot of folks here in the room, so we're going to change our schedule here a little bit. Item B under new business, we're going to table Mr. Lee just for, one agenda item here. We're going to go ahead and, do the wraparound services. This is, our school counselors, community schools, and school range medical, and our SRO. So, Mr. Warble, I'm going to turn this over to you and let you.
Well, since these are all nice people and help everybody, I'm gonna let them all decide who goes first. If they want to do rock, scissors, paper, or how did you go? It doesn't matter to me who wants to go first to discuss what you guys have done so far this school year and what you want to do as you move through the whole rest of this school year. So
Oh, we start with elementary.
you want to start, there we
Yeah,
go.
because we pretty much do the same thing, so.
So what are you wanting to know? That would be a broader question.
Well,
What are
what
we
would you
gonna-
guys like to know? Let's give it to the board.
So with that, I'd like to back up to point C.
Okay.
Because my whole intention in bringing everybody together and even this working session, was one that is very, I think is very important, very, personal. And, anyway, since I've been here and really since, as far as I know, since last year, I've been made aware of 2 students who attempted suicide and were not successful. And that success, at least for one of them, I received an outreach from the parent to thank the staff in Summer County Schools that worked with that student to prevent suicide. And then there were 2 successful attempts of students who are no longer here. 3. One is too many. I've had a former classmate years ago as an adult to commit suicide. I've had a childhood neighborhood parent to recently commit suicide. And I highly value all the work that you all do, because of the importance that it plays in our individual mental health. And I think there are a lot of people here and even not here that are contributing to the success of individual peoples that will leave this school system. And then there are those that don't have that support. They don't have support now, they don't have support afterwards. And I wanted to bring everybody here together so that we could create a coordinated action plan of the work that we are all doing together to give our kids the most support from a mental health standpoint that we can. To identify the services that we're all providing and giving, and what can we do so that one is too many.
agree. I too have also lost family members, close friends, suicide. And it's something that you deal with. Everybody deals with it differently. But, it's something that stays with you. If you go what? And I'll say thank all of you that work. I know you work hard. You ensure that our kids are getting what they way we can help that we will help.
There was several years back, a program offered to guidance counselors, staff members that work with students to identify individuals at risk for suicide. That was, well, Mr. Wilbur was here. I don't know if any of you all remember that, if you attended that. Was that it? So I see head shaking. Was it beneficial?
What was
it
it?
something we need to look at again?
Assessment, I can't remember the name of it, but it was an assessment that we gave students. I think it was started in fourth grade and went on up. I remember risk assessment.
I've been here since
Basically what it
2015.
was.
This is before me.
Well,
I mean, I can tell you,
Ms. Rhodes was the superintendent.
Yeah. Well, I can tell you in Hinton area, I can start with
Or maybe just
what we do. And a little bit different, I mean, I'm a licensed special counselor. I worked on the other side of the fence. So I worked in FMRS, also worked for a psychiatrist. So I've got both sides of the fence. And so one of the things that when I started in Hinton area and also my previous school, and we do what's called the 4 secrets we don't keep. And I preach it for pre-K. Every year they hear it all the time. And one secret is if someone says they're going to kill themselves. So now I explain to the kids, if you say you want to kill yourself, you want to die, don't want to live anymore, you know, it's not that Miss World doesn't love you and your teachers don't love you, but we're calling your parents. And I don't care if they say it every single day. We're calling the parents and we talk to either myself, the teacher, Mrs. Gum. The other thing too is we talk to the parents about Raynell Medical Center, making a referral out to her. And also it's documented. We had a situation under Miss Rhodes where when I came, as I was new, this kid made the statement all the time. And he was like, well, he's just angry. He's just angry. I'm like, I'm not playing with that. And literally we made a CPS referral and told the parents that we were making a CPS referral because if that child would succeed in his threat, then they're going to blame the school because we didn't do anything. So our policy, and this isn't just in Hinton area, I can't speak for any other school, is that if a child threatens, even if they were mad, I don't care if you're mad. Because what if you're really not mad and you tell me you're mad? We make parent contact. It's not a text message and it's not a dojo. It is a phone call. And if there's nobody at home for that child to get off the bus, then they have to come get the kids. So, I mean, that's something I don't play with. I mean, that's one thing that we have, not just us. I can't speak for the other elementary schools. But, you know, if you go through the Jason Flatt training, which is required, well, it's not Jason Flatt anymore, but it's required training for all staff members every year. When I had to do the training through our staff in Mercer County, the youngest completed suicide was written by a 5-year-old in crayon. So we can't forget that our elementary kids have those thoughts and have those kind of things. So for me, I have to sleep at night. So if a child makes that threat, even if they were mad, and I always tell the parents, they're not in trouble. We're not calling you to get your child in trouble. And I explain that to the kids, but they understand that that's a consequence for saying that statement because it's serious. And we have so many kids with so many issues, a lot of trauma going on, that they have a hard life and we do not know what they're going home to. So, I mean, that's one of the things that we do. I mean, that's one of our steps because I don't play it off.
And I can tell you that it is very real at an elementary age level. People oftentimes play it off, oh, they're just kids, they're just saying that. I can tell you no, for a fact that some kids really feel this way. And like her, we do an assessment, a risk assessment, make phone calls, we call the parents. Sometimes we require them to get an outside assessment before they're back at school, just to make sure that they're okay. But then once they get to the middle school, this depression, that just continues. So I do think there is a strong need for more suicide prevention. I know that I'm not putting this on the counselors or anything like that, but just as a whole. And I will have to say, whenever you just walk and talk to these kids, or if you're doing lunch buddies, or if you're on the playground, for instance, or in a room with those kids, you learn more about what's going on in their life than you do in a classroom. I mean, and I'm telling you guys, it would be shock you right now is the problems that these children are dealing with. I mean, sometimes it's serious.
And Tracy and I have them longer than anybody else. I mean, I do, except for pre-K, because pre-K opted out. I do student success lessons every week. I mean, I see these kids every week for 7 years. And then I do lunch buddies with them. And all of this, we can do all the programs in the world. If you do not make a relationship with these kids and build a relationship and get to know them, I mean, that's the key. And we pour, and I'm saying we, as elementary school counselors, we pour and pour and pour and pour into them. And, you know, because they do, I mean, we know their names and we know their family members. And I do lunch buddies so that I know their little brothers. So when I see their little brothers before they come to school, hi, Dominic, how are you? They know that I know who they are. So, I mean, that's the biggest thing too, is those kids need to know, you know their name, that you care about them, that if they're not there at school, hey, I missed you, buddy. Where were you yesterday? It comes to relationships. And I know I'm not middle school. God put me on this earth for elementary, but it's about, for us, it's because you get to know those kids. And Jamie can tell me, she can speak, and Jamie's been a godsend to our school, and I'm so glad she's there. And when we started talking to me in the year, we started running down names, and I started telling her stuff, and she's like, oh my gosh, you really do know these kids. But and as part of that, it's just getting to know those kids and having that background so that if they're not there, there's a concern. Is there domestic violence going on? You know, is so-and-so in jail? You know, and yeah, they face a lot of troubles, even at elementary, and you don't think that they do. A lot of responsibility. The other thing too is they have a big imagination and they play all these video games. We have all this video game addiction. And if you get killed in the video game, you come back to life again. So there's also that reality thing. So, you know, I have to commend Jamie. We've already done what's called Child Safety Matters. We did that the first 2 weeks of school, which covers body safety. It covers cyber safety. It talked about bullying and cyberbullying. And I mean, we've already covered that in the first full week of school because I was blessed to have her last year at the end of the year, and we wanted to do it early. You know, like this week, of course, that's why I look the way I do. We're doing red ribbon. I was dressed up as an inflatable dog this morning, so I apologize about my dress. But I mean, we're doing red ribbon lessons and all those kind of things. So I mean, it's just you pump them and you pump them full of stuff. And with the 4 secrets, it's suicide. It's if someone's threatening to hurt someone or kill someone, bringing life to gun school. Also threats on social media. The third one is if somebody's being bullied, and I go into what's the difference between being a bully and being mean, rude, and disrespectful. And then the final thing is if somebody's touching on your private body parts, which we say are covered by a bathing suit, these are the 4 secrets we don't keep. I had a 6th grader come to me in train days and tell me about something that happened on the bus. I called the bus driver and I talked to the parents and they wanted me to help her. And the bus driver took care of it. But she had that relationship with me to come tell me something that happened. So it's building those relationships. I mean, and that's going to be my soapbox for the day.
Let's pass it on to middle school, high school then.
Well,
612.
Middle school and high school is very, very different than elementary school. We don't get to be in the classrooms every single day because they can't lose the instructional time. And also, so we spend a lot of time with them in advisory. We spend a lot of time with them in lunch in the hallways. We spend a lot of time with them outside of actual math, like, you know, instructional time because they don't block it out the way we used to at elementary school. But I mean, I will say that like suicide is one of my biggest fears I can't sleep at night sometimes because you hear about it in different counties, you hear about it in different states, you know, it's all over the counseling Facebook pages, you know, we lost a student, what are you guys doing? And, you know, you said you knew of 2 and then some attempts. I mean, there are more. And I mean, like, I know that those students who completed suicide weren't our students anymore, but they're still our students, you know? And like, it is a big fear. So, I mean, it is definitely something that I brought up to Mr. Hudgens when he was here. And it's something that I brought up to Dr. Green. And I know that he pushed it up to Mr. Kuhn, you know, the concerns that we have for the workload that we have on our shoulders and how it's difficult to meet all the needs of the students, especially when they have such severe needs. And I think that, you know, probably Raynell Medical Center can attest that like Megan is not enough. We have asked for additional therapists because their needs are beyond what can be handled in a school counseling office. They need to be referred to a professional, you know, and she has a caseload that is jam-packed, you know? But, you know, we have had suicide prevention training in the advisories, but we also have Michelle from the Brother Up organization coming on November 14th and 15th. She's coming to meet with all of the students and hopefully do a staff training. We had a meeting August 5th as a support staff, and we identified suicide prevention training for the staff as one of our needs the first days of school. I don't think that that was able to happen within this PD schedule, but we did have one during a 2-hour delay. Miss Summer did that training for our teachers. You know, the signs of suicide with our students, what to do if you know, hear something, or if a student says something, or even if a student tells you that a student said something, because at the high school, that's usually where it comes from, is a student telling another student, and they're telling, you know, a trusted adult that their friend said this or that. And we always address it, same as at the elementary school. We call home. If you don't get in touch with anybody, they stay at the school. You know, we don't send them home to an empty house. That's the protocol anyways. That is seriously an issue that we have at the high school though, is because, you know, while mental health is a priority, there's also a lot of other tasks that are put on the counselors, you know, and it used to be split up between me and Melissa. I used to do 8th, 9th, 10th, and Miss Kirkham did 11th and 12th. And now I have 9th through 12th, and I can tell you 12th grade is a job in itself. It is a whole person's job. I used to meet individually with every single 8th grader when they were coming to me. I met with their parent, and that way it kind of formed a relationship. I don't have time to meet with every single one of them in person every year, you know, and I used to do that. I can't do that now. I used to meet with every single 9th grader the first semester, the first 9 weeks, and say, how is your, you know, 9 weeks going? I can't do that now. It's impossible. I mean, I didn't know what we were gonna do today, so I made like a list of things that I was like, I don't know what they want me to talk about. So I just made a list of some of like the responsibilities on like the school counselor's shoulders, and I mean, like, this is just what I thought of this morning. You know what I mean?
And we also lost a counselor. There used to be a counselor that was between the middle and the high school.
Yeah, so I was
we're down.
the in between, and Melissa was, you know, 11th, 12th. But I mean, it's hard, you know, and we have responsive services, and we tried to be more preventative with our, you know, services by doing the advisory program. I do think it was helpful as far as like building their confidence and building their relationships with one another. But you know, that's a work in progress. It takes time for those things to kind of kick in. It takes time for those things to grow into your system. We try to do activities with the kids that are going to build them up, like the wellness conference, and I think that was really successful. But like I said, that is a ton of work. And I mean, it is hard to get it done when you have this many things also going on, you know? So
And
that, oh, go ahead. You go ahead.
I will say that, you know, we build a foundation, but I feel like once they get to middle school, because of their scheduling, we're just kind of dropping them off, like, okay, hope you get the building blocks, you know, and then just seems like it gets lost whenever they
Not a
start
better
middle
handoff.
school. Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
at the middle school, high school level, you can go.
I was just gonna say that we do the transitioning from 5th grade to the 6th grade. So, I mean, that does help the students. And I try to personally greet and humor.
I know it's because of your schedule. I didn't.
Oh, yeah,
Yes.
yeah. I'm just saying, I try to have like a touch of socializing with the 6th, 7th, and 8th graders. It's hard, you know, to do all of them, like whether it be, you know, just saying hey in the hall, in the cafeteria, or whatever. But the suicide prevention part, I will say, I think that our 6th, 7th, and 8th graders have a good background from the elementary schools, because I think that they're pretty open to come in and say, Mrs. Mann, Mrs. Cox, someone said this today, and we know that they're not supposed to be saying things like this, and we just wanted to tell you. And then we, proceed the same way. And we'll be calling the parents. And of course, some parents are like, oh, they're just joking, da, da, da. And we're like, well, it doesn't matter if they're just joking. They need to know that it's serious, and every single time that they say things like that, and if it is reported to us, we will be calling and we will be telling you that they threatened suicide or something like that.
Yeah.
But
And there's also just
Sorry,
a lot of, you're fine. There's also a lot of like developmental things that are happening at middle school and high school that are like making it even worse. For example, at high school, you're getting in relationships, your first real relationship, that you don't know how to handle it when it ends. Students are getting jobs, so they're at work all day, they're at work all night, they're not getting enough sleep. They're irritable. They, have the pressure on them. Where are you going to go to school? What are you going to do after? It's a lot of pressure. Their parents are putting pressure on them. And unfortunately, we have a lot of kids who, when you are done with school, you're not living here anymore. So the stress of what am I going to do when I get out of this building? You know what I mean? So, I mean, there are so many stressors that our high schoolers have. I mean, like, I'm amazed it's not worse, But I mean, I do think it's been helpful to, obviously, Megan Wheeler is amazing, and we refer a lot of kids to her, but sometimes it's like, how many can she see? She's
Well,
one
we're
person.
sharing her with the Hinton area.
Yeah, and of course, summer has been very helpful, especially when it comes to like trying to be less responsive and more preventative, because we talk each month about what are we going to focus on. Like last month was September with suicide prevention, and we kind of didn't do everything we wanted to do because we did have an attempt, and we didn't want it to seem like we are shining light on that, if that makes sense. So we still did some of the things we talked about, but we didn't go through with everything we had planned just because it wasn't a good time for some of these things. And then last month was like World Kindness Month or Bully Prevention Month. So we did things like, standing up to bullies, don't be a bystander, things like that. Help your fellow students, caught you being kind type stuff. We're still doing that. And then we'll have a meeting today at 1:30. We meet every Friday.
2:30.
Oh, 2:30. I'll be early. But anyways, that's the kind of stuff that we have been trying to do. I think advisory has been helpful, but it is a lot of time, a lot of work, and it can't happen during the school day. It has to happen outside the school day, all of the planning. You know what I mean? And I don't know if anybody wants these, like I'll pass some of these out, but I'm typed ones.
And another thing, and I think I don't know if they're feeling it, I'm feeling it, is I'm sorry, but I'm Maslow before Bloom. And if we don't meet their social needs and their basic needs, you can forget about money in the school. And sadly, because of our test scores and the pressure the teachers see, a lot of times when kids are having issues, they won't send it to me because it's during the reading block or the math block. And, it's later, you know what I'm saying? And so, I mean, sometimes I think that we have to make a balance between learning and mental health. I mean, and sadly, I mean, everybody's feeling the pressure because of our test scores. And, if you don't Maslow them, they're not going to bloom.
Well, and I want to point out too that it also isn't helpful and it's not the teacher's fault, but when you have like teacher changeover a lot, it's harder to keep we have an advisory and you're supposed to be in it for 4 years for the whole reason is to form that relationship. But I mean, if your advisor changes, or if we lose a position and then you have to split up the advisories and you have to go to someone else, it's difficult to keep that relationship for the high school anyways.
Well, oh, no, go ahead.
Well, you go ahead. You may go ahead and address what I was going to say.
Okay, I was gonna say, I do see a lot of the kids and I do meet the more intensive needs, but what I find is the same thing, Maslow. I see some of these kids and it is so trauma intensive. And there are so many needs that are there. I'm having to wear multiple hats. When I started here, I try really hard to build relationships with these families because that's the only way we can build them and help them from where they're at. The longer I'm here, the heavier my caseload gets, the harder it is to build relationships with these families. Because I think it's really important to reach out to families and to at least have a voice to who your child is seeing. I make a point of accessibility through our patient portal, so a lot of kids are able to reach me that way. I think it's really important. I've actually had several kids who have been suicidal
And that portal's open 24/7. So if they're in the middle of a crisis and they need some help, I've had kids reach out in the middle of the night and say, hey, I need somebody. And so that's been really helpful. But I think that that makes it really hard as well, just on an individual intensive level, is just meeting those needs because there's so much casework. I'm having to put a social work hat on as well. And it's like, okay, so you're telling me your family doesn't have heat. You're telling me your family, and a lot of it I do buffer off to communities and schools in the summer, to others that there's just so much that's there.
I have a student in my school that was seeing Megan and they had private insurance and then they got the whopping copay bill and now they can't see. So that's another thing too, is if they got Medicaid, it's great because Medicaid, usually they don't have copays. But when you have parents that have private insurance and they agree and we beg them to see Megan and Megan's wonderful. And then they start getting that huge copay, which everybody has private insurance, knows what I'm talking about, then the parents can't afford it. So, I mean, that's the thing that's a barrier too. So now you had Megan, now you don't. So, I mean, that's a huge thing too, is even that referral process is, yeah, we can try to get that bridge to her. But then when the parents can't afford the copay, then you can't be upset with the parents. I mean, I understand that totally. So Megan is looking into seeing about a sliding scale fee, if that would apply for the deductible. So there's one of our students that we're working together trying to get that bridge rebuilt. And it was not because the parents aren't great, it's just a financial issue. And that does happen with a lot of our working class kids and their families.
And at first it was like kind of advertised as like free counseling. And then
we begged for Megan to have somebody else help her, because I mean, she's at our school too. I mean, she agreed to come help us out.
I've requested on multiple occasions from Reno Medical Center and let them know, hey, we need another therapist down here. Because right now I'm doing 2 days at Hinton area and I'm just about full. If I see 8 kids back to back, 30 minutes each, it's hard for some of my kids though, because they need interventive services. And if they miss so many minutes of intervention, then they don't qualify to be tested for an IEP that they really need. So I'm having to work around that with some of my kids. But even if I see them there 2 days a week and I see 8 kids back to back, 30 minutes each, I'm still not able to see everybody. And so there are some kids that I have to kind of triage and I'm like, okay. And it's really difficult because you miss kids that way too. So, and same thing at the high school. I mean, when I'm here, I'm pulling them as quickly as I can pull them. I know right now that they're working on getting the clinic and reestablished, but like I'm doing the front desk and everything right now. So I'm like making the calls and having, moving as quickly as I can. But yeah, we definitely need additional support staff because I feel like it would be beneficial, especially when addressing suicide. I know that for me to see kids, I have to have a consent on file, and that even includes like any type of crisis intervention. If you have a student that says that they are thinking of completing suicide, I can't speak to them. Ethically, I can't do that if I don't have a consent on file. And at one point, I had spoken with Raynell having some type of agreement on file with the school system, so that should you have a student that is in a severe crisis that needs an immediate intervention, that would be readily accessible for them. I can check back in on that again. I don't think I ever got an answer on that, but I can check back in on it again and see where they're at with it. Because that might be something to consider that might be beneficial, especially given, where we're at, because they're absolutely right. There are a lot of these kids that walk these halls and that are at the elementary school that have those thoughts often, and their living situations don't give them the opportunity to reach out the way they need to.
Yeah, because school counselors, I'm not sure if you're aware of this, does not provide intensive counseling. We do not have to have permission to talk to that kid unless it's a group setting. So when we make the referral out, we have to wait to get that parent consent back. And as she said, some of these families, they got a lot going on or whatever. The child doesn't show them the forms and it delays it even further. And, but that's the advantage of being a school counselor.
Yeah,
Because
we're like a nurse. We don't have to have.
Yeah.
Well, but with Summer, what I've been doing with some of them, because I get referrals from Summer. So what I've been doing is the referrals that I get from Summer is I go ahead, immediately get a consent sent out to the family. I follow up with Summer to let her know, hey, I sent the consent out on this day. And then she's able to touch base with the families and say, hey, did you get that consent? And if the consent's been out for like a week and this child needs intensive services, what I'll do is get the number and I'll call the family and say, hey, I sent a consent home. Can I email you a consent? I mean, any way that I can limit, or not limit, but open whatever barriers are there so that they have access. That's what we do. So,
And I speak because I used to be the county coordinator for FMRS, and I've been here since 2016. And I can tell you that I've had no contact with FMRS except for one time with the crisis intervention coming to our school. And we recently lost Bree Wild, not because she quit Reach, but because she started her own play therapy. So technically we lost that because they would come in too, Patty Grady and Bree. So, I mean, and the thing is, these parents don't have transportation. And for these kids to be seen, Megan has been an absolute godsend because the kids are there and the parents don't have to worry about transportation. There's just not enough of her.
and for a summer, last summer, for 2 summers, I did home visits with some of my families because that was the internship. I interned under Patty Grady. And that was the way I was trained, is to go in. If they didn't have transportation, you just went to their house. I did not do that this past summer though, due to ethical and legal liabilities. But yeah, that's another huge barrier, is getting the transportation. And we offered services to kids at Hinton area through the summer program that was up at Talcott, because I know that kids could be bused up to there, but we still had a lot of families that didn't choose to participate in that. So,
So you see students based on referrals
yes.
from the guidance counselors, teachers, administration, all the.
Families that are interested in services in the community. At the beginning of the year, what Rainelle does is we give consents to the school, and then you guys distribute those to everybody. It's based on what I get back on the consents. If I get consents that have on a certain portion of the consent, there's a behavioral health indicator where families can check off indications that their child might need behavioral health services. I go through the consents at the start of the school year, and I contact each of the families that have behavioral health indicators to inquire if they want to begin services or not. And then we go from there. And then throughout the school year, as I get referrals from administrators, educators, new school, CIS, I start pulling more and more in that way. Yeah. Yeah, and right now, as far as the referral process goes, I've followed through with every single one. Everybody who's had a referral to me is currently receiving services, or I haven't gotten a consent back. So that's where we're at.
And before Mr. Lee back there retired and got his new job, that he'll go over with parent
Oh,
guidance.
gosh, I've got 15,000 notes just listed.
Yeah, so he helped us with the Project Aware grant, which helps with suicide prevention, all that, and that's how we got Summer to come in, and that grant is to help support, because we do have a lot of holes, because when you're a small county, well, you got what you got, I don't know what it means.
We have more than, I came from Mercer County. We got way more from Mercer County. When I was in the schools I were at, they never had after-school programs. They never had, like, therapists come into our, so when I came to Hinton area, I was like utopia.
Yeah.
Because we had, I mean, so we may be small, but we do have a lot of great services that even the bigger counties aren't getting. Because when I came in, I said, you've got like a a therapist that comes in the school. I was blown away in an after-school program. So we have a lot going that other counties don't.
Well, and so you mentioned that you see your students, you were able to make that connection, you're able to talk to them, you have a weekly.
Student success lessons, which is,
Yes. I think that this is maybe middle school, high school is where they have a bigger problem, because you're not able to have that time. And while you talk to students, you're not able to say, hey, is everything okay? Because you don't have time to make that.
Well, and I do feel like it's been a little more difficult for me this year, especially because my location changed. And I'm not with my kids where I used to be, where I could kind of keep my like finger on the pulse of their, whims. You can see them when they come in and they pass your door. You can tell when they're having a good day or a bad day, and you can check on them. You can check in with them. You can see when there's drama bubbling up or whatever. It's not as easy to, it's possible, to go out to the hallway during class change and stuff like that, but it's just not as easy to see, well, who's leaving class all the time? And, I was right next to the girls' bathroom, so it's like, who's going in there and crying right now, so it's a little bit harder. It's something that I'll have to work on figuring out better now that I'm in a different location, but it was a little bit easier to kind of keep my relationships up in my old one.
And I was able to do small groups last year, but because of our test scores, I'm not allowed to do small groups anymore. Because it's the time out of science, social studies, right, and science, social studies, and health. So that's like, I had 2 third grades, 2 fourths, 2 fifths, and I'm not allowed to do those this year. So what I'm providing has decreased.
Well, there's your push and pull with both worlds, emotional and academic stuff.
And it's also like, I don't know what your caseloads look like, but I mean, if you look at the American School Counselor Association, like recommendation, it is 250 students to 1, and I'm at 360, and it's just, and that's gone down significantly. And I know that our numbers have gone down, so that makes it even harder to justify another school counselor when we have lost so many students. But it's like whether I'm planning a career fair or a college fair or the military panel, if I'm planning that, whether it's for 10 kids or 200 kids, it's the same amount of work, and it's the same amount of preparation.
You want to hear from community schools people too? Guess we're heading that way, aren't we, in summer? Well, sorry, summer.
Well, everybody already basically said what I did.
They took
What I
your
did.
answer?
That's fine. And I'll say before, I hope we do not lose community schools, because I cannot tell you how valuable Joy, and I know all the other schools have said the same thing too, that she's been. And, if I'm not there, or if they need to talk, sometimes they'll even go to Joy before they'll go to me. And she's able to have lunch buddies with them too, and talk with them and form lasting relationships,
Just to help you with that, they did go into a special session and they pumped 10 more million into it. So the good news is that, the bad news is, I don't know who the next governor is. So sometimes when a governor comes in, just like Justice did, he got rid of certain things right away, but then they brought this in, so that was a good thing. So my point is right now, we're funded fully, so that's a good thing. That's why we took that off the levy, because we were told this will probably happen, and we didn't know until they said yes. And so 10 million is getting pumped into community schools to keep it around, so.
Awesome.
And I want to brag on them because I was just talking about this today with Mr. Dennison. Before community and schools, if a family didn't have water or sewer or have any of those utilities, the only way we could get them help was to make a CPS referral.
Right.
And then when you have to wait to make a CPS referral to get people help, then we burned and destroyed that relationship with those kiddos. And the parents are going to say, well, you can't talk to them anymore. And community and schools has built that bridge because they're making sure that they don't get to that point. Because sometimes it was not that the parents were not being good parents, is they didn't have access. And community schools is, because I think that's wrong to have to get a case open to get some help for these families. And thank God for community and schools, because they're helping those families. And we're not loading the system because CPS is overwhelmed. But now they're getting the help they need so kids can be at school, and that way we don't have to go to that whole route of, I gotta make a CPS referral because I gotta help them. And before that, we had no help. That was the only way you could get that door open. So I'm grateful to
Did
them.
Larry teach you how to get a hot water heater yet? I remember that. Sorry, I know that.
Hey, Larry got 2 cars. What are you talking about?
Just well, it's just funny with him.
Let's give the community schools, if they have any comments they'd like to make, or talk about some services
Got
like
that
that.
hand out. Let me hand out your stuff.
Oh, this was just something I did, but I didn't know how we were going to report this today. But it kind of tells the whole story from A to Z of what we do, and that just have enough for our board members, because I didn't know who was going to be in here. But most of you know, I'm Susie Hudson, and I've been in the school system since December 1992. I came in as a teacher, then as administrator. So I know these families because I've been here a long time. I am a senior citizen, but I love it because it makes it so much easier to meet and greet these people. Not only have I had their parents, our students' parents have had their grandparents. So it's been really easy for me to build relationships. It's also easy for me in the community because I have a community connection is to be able to reach out and get the supports that we need and the resources for our students and our families. So do I think it's a great program? Of course, I think it's a great program. I do, because I see it differently now that I am a communities and schools person instead of an administrator. I see those needs that have to be met. In order, they don't want to go to class. They don't care to go to class. They don't care about learning about your algebra or anything else if they're having some issues. So I feel we are important, that they can come to us and we can listen. And sometimes we can provide the help that they need. And if we don't have those resources at hand, we know where to reach out and get those resources. So I just can't say enough good things. I love this job. I love these kids and I like the families because I can reach out to them. And I rarely ever find a family that's not helping us, you know. Attendance, if there's a problem and we see right off, because we now work with attendance pretty closely, I make that phone call. And I say, I haven't seen so-and-so. Is everything okay? Do I wait for a week? Shouldn't have to wait for a week. We should be looking at those and seeing who are these kids and why are they not here today? If they need, well, I don't want to talk the whole time because boy, Miss Jones knows I start talking.
Pass off your plate.
Yeah, here we go. The other thing is, they may be absent and they may get a doctor's excuse or they may get a parent's excuse. And when I call, they say, oh, we sent it there and it's in the book bag. And I check with the teacher, check with the front office, look and leave us. It's not, has not been entered. So I just ask them now, I've never done this in my career prior to communities and schools, is to, I give them a cell number. And I said, take a picture, send it to me. So I've been successful. I feel very successful in making sure that we get those attendance, you know, excused or whatever we need to with those. So that's all I'm going to say, and the other two will speak.
I hate to say this and I interrupt, sorry,
It's okay.
but sometimes when I just call on my cell phone, it's like, hello.
They don't answer. the
And
phone.
like 5 minutes before when I called, and it was 466-6040, I didn't get an answer. And, you know, and really, actually, they've been good and not called my cell phone back at any time, which, you know, it wouldn't matter here because I've sent messages and stuff too.
I just want to, sorry, but you said something that like sparked a memory. When I was talking, Summer and I were talking with Michelle from the Brother Up Foundation, she said something that really struck me. And, you know, we talk about that push and pull between mental health and like instruction. And I know that that is important, but you know, like she said, not a single one of those kids who completed suicide are using any of that algebra, you know? So that's a good way to think about it.
What about you ladies back there?
Well.
Did they take your
one
answers?
right now.
Okay.
We do it all the time. We do it weekends. We don't work from 9 to 5. We don't work from 8 to 4.
Nobody said you did.
I'm just letting you know. We work all summer. We don't have to be on the payroll.
Right. But you two ladies have anything?
It's just really pretty much reiterating what everyone else has said. It's about the relationship with the child and the parents. And they will answer our calls a lot of times when we don't answer, you know, the teacher or the principal. And they all have my cell number. I don't care. If you call me, okay, you can call me up at night, and it doesn't matter. And then with the kids that do come to the middle school from the elementary school, I always try to come down sometimes and just kind of hang out with them down here. Just so they can kind of see a familiar face and, you know, if they don't know, like Ms. Hudson or Mr. Hunter, I can pay them and say, hey, you know, this is your new person. And a lot of times, I'll be like, well, I'm just still gonna call you. And that's fine too. And then I'll call Susie. And, you know, it's about, you know, having people know there's some place they can go.
And then you do have another counselor who wears a bulletproof vest every day. Chad, do you have anything from your point of view? Because I know you've counseled some boys, and I've seen you hug some boys that have come in. I remember, what was his name?
Avery.
Avery. He came in, started crying, and he needed a hug, and this guy right there, not that you all ladies don't do that, but you don't always hear of a school resource officer and a Kevlar vest and a kid wanting to talk to him and count. So I left him, and you two went and talked, and I just saw that from my point of view, and I thought, well, this guy's kind of a counselor and a Kevlar vest. I just didn't think you'd use that way, Ted, but you got anything you want to share with the rest of us?
He came in, he brought me to 6th grade girls this morning we have an issue. And then he shut the door.
Yeah, sixth grade, she was in a serious relationship for 3 weeks. So we got through it and, I think she's in a better mood now. So I guess this is just my law enforcement mind thinking here. Of course, it is important to contact parents, like if the kid threatens suicide, or whatever it may be. I get it, calling a parent is important, but I do not think that being the first thing you do immediately. And the reason I say this, the speaker that was here a couple months ago, I cannot remember.
Jesse?
Yeah, I cannot remember her name, but, what had happened is there was a girl that had been sexually assaulted by her step grandfather, that she lived with. So, this was reported to the counselor. The counselor immediately called her father. And of course, the father, the mother, they all live in the same household. It was like, hey, just letting you know, so-and-so just told us that step grandfather is sexually assaulting her. So,
That's crazy.
Yeah.
That's call home. I
Yeah,
would call
call-
Kat.
yeah, exactly. So that's my law enforcement mind is, I don't think that should be your very first step. Like, step back a little bit, talk to them, find out why they want, to harm themselves. Because it could be a scenario like that. And if you don't take the extra few minutes to dig, like, hey, what's going on? What's making you feel this way? You just immediately call, hey, so-and-so said they want to commit suicide. And now you just inform them, the suspect for that matter, maybe it's Graham Stepper, but now he knows that, I guess, the school's on to him, if you will, maybe. And unfortunately, if I remember correctly, this occurred for almost another year before law enforcement got involved. Maybe 6 months, I can't remember. I do know the counselor, was fired. I don't know.
Yeah.
Possibly prosecuted. So my thing is just slow down a little bit. Don't be so fast to call the parents. Just try to figure out what's going on.
One thing I do appreciate from the sheriff's department and also the courthouse, I'll get a phone call about a handle with care, and that's worked out really well too. And all these people in this room find out that information once I send it to the principal. So like one time, I remember sending it to Kevin, and I said, I think it's a sixth grader. We weren't sure because the prosecuting attorney, when she called me, wasn't sure if it was fifth or sixth. You get to that point where so then when I said, here's the name, and you found out it was yours, but the good news is when I send it to the principals, then they get these people on it like that the next morning or that evening, depending on what's going on and how serious it is. But, when law enforcement comes to your house late at night and a kid's still going to go to school next morning, usually we all look like we're the bad people now because no matter how bad it is and you're home, you went after the parents and the kid is going to side with the family, even if the family is not good people, if that makes sense. So we have to watch with that handle with care, but I really appreciate the whole county letting us know, hey, we were at this place, let your people know. And the principals have done a good job getting everybody on course with that.
Similar to our executive leadership teams at the schools, do we have any need that, or during those meetings, do you all focus on any mental health issues or how to improve mental health at the school level? Does that ever come up as a topic?
We at the high school have like counseling advisory committee. So it was not super full, we put it out there and we had, I think, 2 teachers who would come, Ms. Casto, Mr. Hartwell, and Ms. Dover always helped with everything, but she usually didn't come to the meetings. And then we had Phyllis C. She was really good to come and we would talk about initiatives that we thought were needs within our school. And then of course, we have needs assessments that often go out. Since we've been a CSI school and we have other needs assessments, we're a little bit more communicative about what we're sending out survey wise. But there was a time when every year it just started with a needs assessment, and then you kind of focused your curriculum around that. The advisory council, which is not something that we've done very much of or very long, but they would just talk about ideas and what they thought were important. And we would try to focus our advisory lessons around those, what were our needs. And it might not be direct, if they say, bullying is an issue. We might not have a, this is what bullying is, this is, you know, whatever, but we did have things like the speed friendships where they had to go and sit with someone they didn't know, ask them questions, get to know them. They did things where they had to work in groups and they had to do team working, building activities. So it was kind of things to put them in situations to promote getting along with others and working with people you wouldn't normally be with, as opposed to, don't, you know, this is bullying, this is what it is, you know. So we have that. And then in leadership, we'll talk about different initiatives as they come up, you know, and the leadership team will give their input or give advice. PBIS ties closely in with mental health because it's a lot about, you know, relationships, but also expectations, you know, and I think that that's an important part of mental health is kids need to come here and have consistency and know, because that's a big problem is a lot of them don't have consistency. So when they're here, they need to have consistency and they also need to have accountability, you know, like we can love them, but we can also hold them accountable for when they're not acting right.
So in addition to, is there anything currently ongoing where all the counselors in the county come together on a regular basis to talk through, like, this is what I'm seeing in the.
Last year, we talked about meeting on the 2-hour delay days, but it seems like there's always a task on the 2-hour delay days.
Professional development.
So that we met like maybe once.
Our
We
prof-
used to.
Our professional development, when they do professional development, is more geared, and that's why we wanted the 2-hour delays, because the professional development that's usually done on those are for the teachers and not for us. We usually get ours at conferences and we go to get our stuff because ours is more specialized. And we, for a while there, we were doing pretty good, but then people were getting pulled because they had to be in certain meetings and certain things. So I don't even think we did very many last year. Tracy and I would get together and then it just kind of just fell apart.
Just kind of jotting down, I was thinking about this because I think in my mind, this was gonna be more of an actual working session of like bringing everybody together and create an action plan and committee and go forth in Concord. And so, you know, thank you all, because I think, you know, to be able to identify just in your all's day to day and what you're responsible for, what's working, and a little bit of what can be better. And just kind of jotting down some notes. If I missed anything, please let me know. So as far as like the things that are working, that people are positive about is the school-based therapist, after-school programs that we have, communities in schools, relationship building at the elementary level, our supportive SROs. Did I miss anything?
We're also doing Game Changers, which it is tied to substance abuse prevention, but it also promotes like healthy choices, healthy lifestyles, doing a good thing for your, you know, your bodies and your mind. So it kind of ties in strongly with the mental health and the coping skills. And I had just talked to Summer about doing a coping skills small group at our schools for my young ones. And I teach about substance abuse extensively, and because it's important to me, but I'd like to have somebody go back in and just say, okay, she taught you about this and, you know, the dangers of doing this, but here's the ways that you can not. And it ties in all with the Game Changer stuff.
Like building protective factors, like one of the things I do here at the high school, I do work with the after-school program and I have to do a group there on Thursdays, talking about like aggression, coping skills, different things like that. At the elementary school, at, which one is it, at Talk It and at Jumping Branch, I have a group we do with during lunch. And we talk about like coping skills and different things like that, working with those kids. And Sherry works with Hinton area and she does her lunch with those groups, with those kids there.
But talking about reinforcing with the group, I mean, I think it's just important that everybody reinforces whatever it is, like whether it's the teachers who reinforce the lessons that you guys teach, or whether it's our teachers who reinforce what they're doing in advisory or what, you know, we're talking about for the month, like anti-bullying. You know, it's
some teachers are really, really good about it. Other teachers don't know it's happening. You know what I mean? Like, so I think that it's gotta be remembered that it's not just a school counselor or CIS thing. Like, this is a village.
Consistent rhetoric.
Yeah,
like,
they
yeah,
need to
nobody
hear
being
it all
heard.
the time, you know, because I mean, it's just the way of children and teenagers is like, it's gotta be everybody on the same page.
So I know we try to cram a lot in advisory. But what you all do on a weekly basis, is there a way that we could put a piece in advisory on maybe not a weekly, but every 2 weeks or something where
Like you
we're
want, like what
touching
they're
on
learning
mental
about.
health and we're just kind of, there's, well, it's just a check-in on mental health.
Well, every Friday, and this is like, you know, obviously we meet with kids who we feel like are our high flyers. I know Miss Hudson meets with kids just to check on them all the time. I have people who are my consistent kids or that I'm consistently getting messages about from teachers, or they'll say, can you check on them? So I check on them, Riley checks on them, I know Summer checks on them. So we have those types of kids. But as far as the ones who are just kind of, you don't hear about them needing you so much, the advisory teacher is supposed to act as their mentor. And the goal is every Friday they have a check-in with their advisory teacher. That was the original goal. And their advisory books have a place for them to put their current grades, their missing work, and then also there was going to be like a how are you feeling type of thing. You know, I don't know how well that's getting done by all teachers, you know, and I get it when you have 27, 28 ninth graders, it's hard to do a check-in with all them. So we tried to promote it as like, hey, pick 5 a day and check in with them. You don't have to do it all on Fridays, you know? And I think that they feel a little overwhelmed. So we've tried things like giving them like prompts, like this is what you could ask, like how's, you know, I think they make a little more out of it than it needs to be, you know, instead of just, hey, is everything good? Do you need anything? How's things at home? You know, I think they get a little nervous because they think I'm not a counselor, you know? And I think especially at the middle school, they sometimes feel like nervous, the content, right?
Mhm.
So as a middle school kid, parent, yes. That's a, I'm with you.
We actually just got our positive action in yesterday, so we'll probably start it out soon, Monday. The teachers got it yesterday.
Well, and it's, I don't want to put an extra workload anymore because I know you have enough already. I was at a conference last week, well, it was the National FFA Convention. So I was going around to the vendor tables and just kind of went around to this one vendor table, and it was a lady from Purdue University. And they have a curriculum that they're developing, and it is because this was the FFA convention, it's labeled on this handout as farm stress team. But it's a curriculum they're developing for high schools, Purdue University, to, for mental health awareness. And I did get some handouts from that. I don't have them with me. I would like to get them to you all to look over. I'm not saying it's something we need to go with. The woman even indicated that, they were looking for pilot schools to implement their programs in and see how it does. I'm not promoting this because I haven't looked into it. Just thought that it was a resource that may be beneficial to us. Another table right beside her, and she directed me to this individual, and I have the handout for that as well. He gave me a large stack of these handouts. So I will get those to you as well. It's a handout, and it's, be me, feel good inside and out. And it's an app that these handouts have a code on them that can be scanned with the phone, the student's phone. And it gives the student someone to talk to if they are not comfortable coming to someone in the school, or, you know, they're embarrassed maybe to have a conversation. And while it may not be the solution for everyone, it may be the solution for one. And so I have a large group of those handouts I want to give to you all. There's websites on them. Look them over. If it's something that you can benefit and our students can benefit from and it can be used, I just grab those because I
I knew this was on our agenda, and it's something that we are all concerned about with us. So I will have those later today. He just has to bring Noah down to leave for the state cross country, and she was gonna bring those down to me, so I will get those to you.
Kim and I were on a, Zoom last week, with a lady with a new kind of mental health.
Like, what's it called? Naviance. It's a program that a lot of school counselors use. And basically, like, everything that I put on Google Classroom, we have like an advisory Google Classroom. We have a, class of 2025, 24 Google Classroom. It's kind of just centralized. So there's SEL lessons that you can use. They're built into the program, but there's also like a board where you can be like, hey, Fairmont State is here today, check that out. There's career interest. It's kind of like Major Clarity mixed with other SEL stuff. I mean, it did seem good, but then again, I was kind of like, this costs money and we're doing it on Google Classroom. Like, yeah, I had like pros, but the lady messaged me today and said, what did you think? I just ignored her. So,
Yeah, they're expensive, because I checked into one and for 84 kids. It was $3,500, so I was like, I can't do that, so
and we,
sometimes they get really expensive.
and the kids really are much more likely to text somebody because, like, I think that the suicide prevention has a text line now. Our kids are much more likely to use the text line. But also, we, did last year during advisory, we had the 8 weeks where we just devoted to wellness, and we showed them, your mental health and emotional health. Like, there are these apps, like there's the Calm app, and I don't know, we had a whole page of them in the book, but that's something we could revisit this year. Even though they did it last year, there's new kids and they could always be reintroduced to it. So those are good things that we can bring back up. But they are more likely to, like, I have a referral form so they can email me and ask questions. And sometimes that's all they need is just email, or they'll say, can you grab me from class, and I'll pull them out of their class. So it just depends.
So, I don't know, I think the temperature of the room, I know we are time limited today and every day. But would there be interest in having a committee that is consisted of some form of this group here today to meet on a regular basis to put together an action plan of how we can collaboratively and coordinate in a coordinated fashion try to interact this?
I think a policy, like a county policy in place of having, like, it's seamless to step throughout the schools. I mean, I think that would be a very beneficial that we're all doing the same thing. And I do want to clarify to Mr. Officer who left the room. I get to know my kids and I'm going to ask them what's going on before I call home.
Yeah.
But Jamie can testify just as I can. These kids are like groomed not to speak up. And every year, like last year, we did this in the spring, and this year, we were doing this body safety, and both of us were like ready, because, usually when you do that, you get disclosure. And we would have kids say, hey, Miss Merle, hey, Miss Persinger, can I talk to you after class? And me and her looking at us like, okay, we're ready. We got this. These kids aren't going to talk. I mean, if they're in, and that's the sad part about it is, and I worked in mental health with a psychiatrist, a lot of these kids don't talk, or it happens. What happens to me is it happens between 5th grade and 6th grade over the summer, and then the police are involved, and it's internet porn, and so the tragedy happens. And like I even said to Jamie, I said, what do we got to do? What do we have to give to these kids that they will speak up to us? Because a lot of times it just happens because they get busted on the internet. So, I mean, yeah, and we pay attention to those kinds of things. We did a home visit, and the two of us came out of there practically in tears where these kids were living. And it was like, what do we do? Because if we report them to the code inspector, and they get evicted, there's no place in Summers County for them to live. I mean, the housing, there is no housing. I mean, and so, that's the thing too, is you have to have an equal balance. I mean, not that we're not going to call CPS, but I mean, we do talk to the kids and the teachers talk to the kids too, but I don't like it when they like drop it and then they get on the bus. Because like I said, Mercer County's had kids commit suicide. We've lost kids And it blows you away because it's just like, what happened? What happened? So I think it'd be great for us to work together and share ideas. I know, Prevent Suicide West Virginia has a lot of great resources. The other thing is, with all the PD that the teachers have at the beginning of the year, I mean, we used to do these one-on-one trainings where nobody was on their phone and nobody was fast forwarding through I mean, there's some things that they need to have to sit there and listen to and not fast forward through it. That should be mandated reporting, and it should be suicide prevention and these life and death things, because a lot of it is on Vector, and I think it's great that it's on Vector, but there's some people that they're not listening to it. And they're the front lines of these kids. They're not as impactful. And like literally, if somebody's talking about suicide prevention, I wouldn't have enough nerve to be on my cell phone with a speaker talking to me. I mean, and I just think sometimes some of the stuff, as much as we hate to do that, needs to be in person where people can't be on their phones and they have to pay attention. And they're not grading papers and they're not doing other stuff. And I know we're time crunch, but I think sometimes we have things that have to be that person, trauma-informed training, suicide prevent, that kind of stuff. They have to understand too, if it happens to you, you can't tell the aide, or, oh, I told the aide knows, but they have to make the report. The teacher, you can't just pass the buck when it comes, especially if we're making a CPS.
We are legal.
All of us are legally liable. It's not just the school counselors. And I had an aide just this past week say, well, I told the teacher, I said, that's not enough. You have to call and make the CPS referral. So there's a breakdown there too with the fact of all of us are responsible to make those referrals. I'll hold their hand. I'll get into Weebus. I'll give you the address. I'll type it up. I'll be there with you. But it's like, the fact that it can't be the school, it can't be dumped on all the school counselors, or it can't be on the admin. It's everybody's responsibility. These kids belong to all of us.
And that was an issue at the high school. It is an issue at the high school that even 4 years ago, we had Kristen Cook come and talk to the teachers and say, you are going to get in trouble. Like, we are going to get sued, or you are going to go to lose your teaching license even, because you cannot not report something that you are mandated to report. Because they want to say, well, I told Miss Cox, and it's like, and Miss Merle was like this when I was a teacher, which is probably why I'm this way. But I say, I will make that phone call with you because I know it's uncomfortable, but I wasn't there. I don't know what was said. You have to say it, you have to talk.
We have a monthly district leadership team meeting. I could put that on the agenda. I try to get people to help me create that agenda because I don't want to always be me driving the agenda. But we can get input that way through the district leadership team, or just say, why don't you all just come to the next one? Because we pay for that time. I try to make it 1 hour because I know time is of the essence, and I want to also pay people for their extra time, but I also know it's not much. I get that. I'm not saying that, but it could be valuable for us to have that on the agenda item as a district leadership team to have this conversation going.
I think that's good, and I appreciate that. I still think it's important enough to have its own committee to be separate, because if what I'm hearing just based in this conversation is we let the busyness of the day-to-day take precedence over addressing our students' mental health in a way that it will impact attendance, it will impact test scores, and it will save lives.
Michelle from Brother Up, who's coming on the 14th and 15th, she has not specified. I emailed her asking, does this schedule work for you? But she also mentioned when we were on the phone that she would be willing to do a community session after one of the day sessions. And if we could ask teachers to come to that, if they could get paid for it in the evenings, that could, I don't know if there's funding for that, but that could be a good way to get teachers to come. She offers a program called Assist. It's ASIST. And they do group trainings for suicide intervention. And that might be really beneficial to have staff trained on. I think it's a 2-day intensive, but when you're finished with that, at least you have a general idea of what happens if you have somebody who's saying, hey, I want to kill myself. And do you know what direction to take it in?
Well, can you reach out to her and tell her what that cost would be? And then we'll try to figure out between Miss Jones and I, because she's the keeper of the purse when it comes to federal money. I'm just having fun with you right now. But on a serious note, if we can pay people, we could say, how many hours is she looking, so we can budget for that and then make that happen. I don't think that that's a bad idea. I mean, if you can make that happen, that's wonderful, especially if they can come here.
Yeah.
That's usually the biggest hang up is people having to travel, so.
Well, she was able to come here for free. She offered the training for the kids for
Yeah,
free.
she gave us our training free of cost,
For the
free of
kids.
cost, because I told her about the issues we've been having. And she said, you know, I can't get anybody until the 2025, and I was like, well, if you have a cancellation, please keep us in mind. And she like called back probably 30 minutes later, and she was like, I consciously can't not come to your county as soon as possible. So she like worked us in, and she
Okay.
said, and we're gonna do it free for you guys, so.
Well, she says it's a couple hours and we can budget for 2 hours saying about how many people are gonna come, so we can do that. All right, sir. That kind of finishes.
So that kind of, we kind of, yes, thank you all for all you do. We kind of wrap item C and D together. We're gonna jump back to item D under new business, and this is David Lee with the parent, guardian, and coaching.
If I could just, if you guys could stay, and Dave, I hate to do this to you, can you abbreviate it to about 20, 25 minutes?
Sure.
Okay, good. But I wanted all these people to hear what you had to say. He came to our principal meeting last month, and our principals and the directors, we all appreciated his insights to this. But for the next 3 years, this is a free service to everybody in this room and all the parents in this county. And it's not necessarily counseling, it's more coaching, but you could call it counseling if you want. But without further ado, I give you David Lee, who is a good gentleman who is retired. But I don't think he's failing retirement, but he might be because he's
I
working
retired
today,
full
so I don't know. But Dave, if you would take over, flip the board, those handouts that you gave me earlier.
Yeah, I was
They have
the, director of student support and wellbeing at the State Department. So underneath me was community schools, school counselors, school nurses, 21st century, school psychs, family engagement, all that was under my supervision.
Wait.
Now, I'm gonna do this
I
different
only have
because
that
of
for
time,
Oh,
but
oops, give me it back.
Here's
in
one.
listening to you guys in conversation, here's what I heard that are major issues. Suicide's a major issue. If it's only one, it's a major issue. Staff with stress, that's an issue. You guys are overwhelmed trying to do what you're trying to do. Okay? We've got to find a way to help parents because the biggest problem that we have right now, parents do not know what to do. They have no clue about how to help their own children sometimes. And they have, just like you talked about, therapists are not available for some parents because of copay, because of insurance, this, that, and whatever. Problem. Connection. How do we get back the connection? Now, I'm an ex-principal, so I can say these things too. How do we get back the connection with the parents in our community and our school so we can work together instead of working separately? Some of the other things that I wrote down that really, relationships and awareness. I agree with this comment that if you don't build relationships with people, you're going to have struggles. And I tell teachers this all the time because I also teach a class in Virginia at UVA-Wise, Classroom Behavior Management, that one of the first things that you need to understand as a teacher, principal, anybody in the school, you got to build relationships with people. Because if you don't build relationships with people, what happens is that they don't feel like there's someone you can trust. Kids in the school, whatever school you've got in Summers County, they've got to know that there's a caring adult in that building that they can trust. So relationships are imperative to have. And then the other thing is connections, how you make connections, just like you guys have talked about. Communities and schools will have some better connection with parents than teachers or principals or even counselors. Counselors will have better connections with parents than even communities and schools or whatever. You got to find out in the school system who can make those connections with the parents to give them some help. We've said this over and over again at the State Department when I was there, and I was there 6 years with Superintendent Blatt. We're not going to improve test scores and get attendance up until we take care of the mental health issue.
Now, I should have got an amen on that. one.
Amen.
All right, I'm an associate pastor too, so get ready.
Another plate's going around.
Yeah, it's going around.
Yes, she sees
Yeah,
it.
but it's important that we understand that we're trying to do one thing about the academic part of school, and we can't do it until we take care of the mental health. Listen to these stats I just looked up while I was sitting over there. 39.7% of students persistently feel sad and hopeless. 39.7%. 28.5 have experienced poor mental health. 20.4 have contemplated suicide, and 9.5% of students in the United States attempt suicide. Now, you tell me we don't have a mental health problem. We do. We have a tremendous mental health problem. So here's where we come in. There's a song by a contemporary Christian author, composer, Toby Mack, said, "Help is on the way." Well, help is here today. It's not just me, but it's the Cook Center. Because with the Cook Center, what we think we can do is help address some of these issues that you have. And the superintendent felt so strongly with that she purchased the parent coaching for 3 years, free of charge. Every single one of you can sign up for the parent coaching. If you're stressed, even board members, you can sign up. You said you had a middle school child. You can sign up for the parent coaching. Let me tell you what a coach does and what a coach is. It's a cognitive coach. And I'm going to read you this so you'll kind of get an understanding of it more than anything else. First of all, the Cook Center of Human Connection is out of Utah. And they created this nonprofit organization because of a suicide situation that happened with the owners, Greg and Julie Cook. I don't know if you've ever heard of doTERRA Oil, but they're the owners of doTERRA Oil also. And now, because of a situation that happened in their church with a suicide of a 10-year-old, they've got into the mental health business. And it's spreading out like crazy. In fact, 720 parents and teachers have signed up in the state of West Virginia since August for parent coaching. 720. When I talked to you guys the last time, it was like at 580 or something. And it's jumped to 720. I was in Clay County this past week, and I was doing a session with parents and grandparents. Okay, and I was going over the coaching, which I'll quickly do. I promise I'll speed up. But I was going over a session with the coaching and telling what the parent coaching was about. And I had this grandparent at the very end. She stayed around. I had 11 parents in the first session. I had 7 that signed up for the coaching right there. Now, it's free. Remember, everything I'm telling you is free. The state has purchased for $3.5 million over 3 years. So you have this. Summers County has this. And so this grandparent stayed and she said, "I need some help." I said, "What can I help you with, ma'am?" She said, "Well, my cell service is really bad and I can't get on with the phone. And I'm a grandparent with 2 elementary kids that I have to take care of. 2 elementary. She was in her 70s. And she said, "I feel hopeless. I have no clue what to do." And she said, "What you presented about the parent coaching, I think can really help me. Can you sign me up?" So I just got my computer and signed her up for the parent coaching that night. And she said that was the first time she felt like somebody connected with her to try to give her some help. I'm not saying schools are not helping parents. Well, what can you offer? Now, I work with Game Changers too, by the way. Joe Bozick. Game Changers is a great product. It's an excellent product for prevention. In fact, if you'll go to the Game Changer website, you'll see the One Pill Can Kill is an excellent video to watch. So during the state, while I was at the State Department, I worked with several of these organizations and groups. This is the only organization I've ever worked with that was directed to help parents, grandparents, and guardians. The only one. And I had vendors call me all the time. I mean, constantly I had vendors call me. And when I presented this to the superintendent, she said, "This is the one thing that can really change the whole atmosphere of schools in West Virginia." There's only 2 states in the United States that has full implemented the coaching, and that's West Virginia and Hawaii. That's it. Only 2 states. Now, other states have districts that have the parent coaching, but only 2 states made that commitment to say, "You know what? We're going to help our parents." One of the greatest things that you guys can do for PR is this, being a principal, ex-principal, is that saying to a parent, "I'm going to try to help you. Here's an option. not force, but here's an option that you can sign up for this parent coaching, and this will give you an outlet. This will give you a person who can help you. Now, the coaches are this, they're cognitive coaches. They're not licensed therapists, and they're not first responders, but they're cognitive coaches. And here's basically the outline of what they do. They're trained under a certification of the National Board for Health and Wellness Coaching and the Primal Health Institute. That's two leading certification programs for parent coaching. They're cognitive behavior coaches, which is the model that they use. The cognitive behavior model is built on understanding that thoughts, feelings, physical sensations, and actions are interconnected. All those emotions that parents go through, that you go through as staff members, those are things that you need someone to give you some guidance and help. A coach does not do this. They do not tell you what to do. They give you a roadmap and guidance of what to do. Remember the app that you guys talked about that for mental health that you can get? We already have this if you sign up for parent coaching because they send you a mood check. They send you a mood check to see where you're at on a scale of 1 to 5. If you're having a good day, 5. If you're having a bad day, 3 or whatever. But that also gives the coach an opportunity to have that conversation with you when they have their session. Now, the coaching is set up this way. It's a really simple way to register. All you do is put your name, email address, phone number, simple as that, and a password. And they'll send you a link by your phone or your computer, either way that you want. And on that link, all you have to do is click and set up a coaching session when you want the coaching session. The coach basically is a 30-minute session. It can be bi-weekly or weekly, depending on what you need. If you need to have coaching sessions weekly, they'll do it weekly. Okay? And so when they have this conversation with you, they basically, I have a coach. I've had a coach since March, and I'll tell you why I did this. Since I retired from the State Department, I started working for the Cook Center. The reason why I got into this is because I kind of initiated this at the State Department. I was not going to let this just drop in the state of West Virginia. I go to county to do these presentations. Now, I do a little bit different because I do some slides and so forth, but I don't have time for that today. But one thing that I've decided to do is this, that help is on its way. If you'll use this product, if you'll use this service. My coach has been great for me because of this. My wife had cancer. She's in remission now. But now I'm working from home except when I go out to counties. I drove my wife crazy working from home because I'd been working in Charleston for 6 years and at Princeton Middle School for 4 years. So it was an adjustment for me. And I was such in a panic when I got home. I thought, okay, I've got to do everything for her. My coach gave me some great guidance. You got to let your wife be your wife and do some things for herself. You can't do everything for her. So that's the kind of advice and that's the kind of situations and conversations that you have with these coaches. They're from all over the United States. Mine's from Phoenix, Arizona. You set up the time when you want to have the session. If you want to have it at 7 o'clock at night, it's your time, not Phoenix, Arizona time, but they'll do that. This is a group of people who are ex-counselors or ex-school nurses or ex-school psychs who are in the mental health field who have this training, and it's an ongoing training to provide that guidance for you as a person in that coaching session. Now, what I like is this, and I'm talking fast because I don't have a lot of time. It's like a sermon sometimes.
Yeah.
You get a roadmap as a person. You get a conversation with that coach and a roadmap of how you're going to improve some situations in your family and your life. For example, let's say that you're having a hard time with getting your kid to go to school. We know absenteeism is a big problem everywhere, every county in the United States, not just in West Virginia, but everywhere. First of all, that coach is going to try to give you some guidance to have that conversation with that child to find out the root cause of why they don't want to go to school. Are they being bullied? Are they so far behind academically that they feel out of place? Those are some of the root causes. And as a parent, you're going to get an opportunity to have that conversation with your child like you've never had before. Communication is a huge problem with parents right now and their children. You know that. I had a secretary at the State Department who was a single mom who had a daughter in college and middle school. And I was a middle school principal, so I know how this goes. A middle school son that she said they had to separate it to the point where they couldn't communicate at all. She got involved in the coaching, and when she got involved in coaching, after about 3 sessions, she told me one day, she said, you know what? It's really helped me understand how to understand my child a little better and how to have a conversation. Because a lot of times, as you think about it, we look at a child through the adult's eyes instead of the child's eyes. We do. And we've got to get to the point where we understand what they're going through also. So what I like about the coaching more than anything else, it's guides you to help in a better relationship with your children. And if you have a better relationship with your children, you've got a better opportunity to find out what some of the problems that they're facing. Okay? Now, I'm gonna breathe for a minute and pause and let you ask me any question about the coaching. I'm gonna tell you where to go to. If you got your phone, you can do this and you can look this up. I would put it up.
I just had them scan it. I'm passing around.
Oh, okay.
Is that what you want me to go to the website?
Yeah, I wanted to go to the website because there's two other things on the website too that I think especially counselors can be helpful for you. If you go to parentguidance.org, and I don't have the old.
Do you think he can connect to this one?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Or do you want to do it for him?
If you can do that, go ahead.
You be the driver for him?
Yeah, if you'll do
If
that.
you'll turn it on for me.
That's what I was just gonna ask you.
Well,
I'll be your man.
okay. Gotcha.
While we're doing a transition here, just to have fun with Mr. Lee,
Oh, boy.
he doesn't like me saying this, but if you guys all know a guy by the name of Dale Lee, the union
Yes,
rep,
yes.
that's his brother right
No,
here.
it's not. No, we're not related.
So if I could just ask or make a motion that we take just a
Yeah.
couple minute recess
Yeah.
while the transition is happening.
Sure.
Oh, yeah.
Second.
Marshall, thanks you.
All right. Hit the VCast icon.
Second, all in favor?
You said you got it?
Yep.
Times 12:50.
Sir.
Will it be a good door for me to go take
Go
care
out.
and come back in? Get on tomorrow, come back in?
That's far. I'll let you.
Okay, because I know he's gonna have to.
You need me to do something?
I don't know yet.
Smash this.
Well,
Can you sell it? I'm sure.
Yeah.
No, you're fine.
Go to that left side and get suicide prevention. We talked about suicide today. And just scrolling up. Oh, the other way. Oh, sorry. Yeah, okay. Yeah, it's good right there. Are we good? All right, here we go. This is, you have 70+ courses on what's called on-demand courses, which are part of this free program. This is free to everyone in the United States. This is not West Virginia, but this is free. That Noble, which is the organization that put Parents Guidance.org together, has offered. As a counselor, this would be, to me, or community schools, whatever, this would be really good to know and look at these courses because they're in module form. And each of the module is about anywhere from 5 to 15 minutes long. And after you complete the module, which may be 6 or 7 modules, there's a certificate that you can get. It's really good for prevention and intervention. And as we talked about, suicide is a big issue that we deal with in school systems. Now, they have others, they have behavior, bullying, and so forth, but I just want to hit that one because of the lack of time since we've talked about suicide. If you'll hit Ask a Therapist for me. All right, here's another thing. This is questions that parents across the United States have sent in to Dr. Skinner to be answered. You can actually send in a question yourself. This is another free product of the service. And you can view the questions. There's a transcript that goes with it. And it also deals with different topics. This is the one I pulled up because we've talked about suicide. So these are 2 features that are really extremely good to help with a soft touch with parents that might be struggling with some things and to identify some things that's at home. You know, one of the things about, we've talked about suicide is what do you look for to identify suicide? What are some of the, unless you have a counseling degree, a teacher, I didn't know as a principal. I mean, I'm serious. I didn't know what to look for. Change of behavior was the only thing that I could look for. So this gives you some guidance about something to look for as far as potentially what might be going on with the student as far as they're depressed, they're full of anxiety and so forth. Now, the parent coaching, this is the one that I want to talk about. This is what the state purchased. You'll click that one for me. And get started. This is in English and Spanish both, by the way. And if you'll go to West Virginia, select an option, go to the state of West Virginia. Hit next. Go to Summers County. And hit next. And every school in Summers County is listed here. So as a parent, you can list in accordance to your school. Now, this is HIPAA protected, so no one knows who the parent, what parent signs up. All I know is numbers. I don't have a clue who the parent is. Also, not only is it HIPAA protected, but there is a situation where we added pre-K because I felt it was important to have pre-K parents be able to sign up for the coaching too. So that's a tab as you slide on down and so forth. Now, if you'll look at leadership and staff, if you'll click that, this is where you would sign up for a coach, okay? And you'd hit register. And that's all you fill out right there. That's it. And you click that within 24 to 48 hours, you have an account set up. A coach will contact you to set up a meeting with your convenience and your time. Now, one thing I like about the coaching is this: if you need to reschedule, it's not a problem. It's not an issue. It's simple as that. And what I'll give you an example. I won't tell you the county, but I'll tell you a situation. Before we actually got started with this and we actually purchased it at the state for all 55 counties, there was one county in particular had a suicide situation with a middle school child. And the Cook Center actually allowed this parent to sign up free of charge before we did the contract and so forth. I've looked, I don't know the parent, I don't have a clue, but I've looked and I can see because I get a spreadsheet of all the different schools and all the different counties as far as signups. This parent, since March, has had 31 sessions with their coach. 31. Now, I've contacted the superintendent to talk about the situation. The child is fine now. but the parent has continued with the coaching because they don't want to relapse and go back into a situation where potential suicide's right on the brink. So I love the coaching part of it because of what it offers to you. The people are very sensitive. They'll send you a little survey when you sign up to try to see basically 16-question survey to ask you questions about communication. For example, let me ask you this. When you have a conversation with your child, do you have your phone? Are you on your phone when you're having that conversation? Scale of 1 to 5, what's the answer? When your child's having a conversation with you, do they have their phone? Scale of 1 to 5. So just little things like that to give the coach kind of an intro to help you in that conversation they have. I love the mood check they send because the mood check kind of gives you per week of what kind of situations that you might be facing. And the coach kind of has a better understanding before they have those conversations. Okay. Now, I had to rush through that. I apologize for rushing it because of time. I didn't want to get into a situation where it didn't give you a chance to ask me a question. And I know I'm not that good, so please, somebody ask me a question.
So how long has the state?
We launched it, we actually purchased it in May. We launched it out in August. So we have 720 people who have signed up since August.
How long is it funded?
3 years.
For 3 years.
3 years, yes. Now, here's Superintendent Splatt's theory. You know the legislation, so forth, about attendance, this, that, whatever. We think if we can show gains in this, if we can show progress in schools, that legislation will look at this and say, you know, we're going to fund this another year, 2 years, 3 years, or whatever. We don't think this is 3 and done. Okay. But now I'll give her credit for this. She saw the vision of this when we had this conversation that 1 year is not going to give it adequate time. 3 years gives us a chance to really see if it has an impact. And the thing about it, I can't go to 55 counties every day. So I need leadership to help with this, to really get this out to parents, to give them an opportunity. I would suggest to you right now, think of 5 parents in your mind right now that could really benefit from this, write it down, and have a conversation with them about the parent coaching and what it entails.
Oh, golly, Neds. I think,
You got more 5?
I think it would just be lovely.
Well,
But
what
they
I wanna,
probably need more than 30 minutes a week, but
what I would
Well,
like
they
to.
can get that too. They can get that too.
What I'd like to do, and I talked to Dave about this, and Kanawha County, I'm trying to work with their tech person. I want to get this on our website so it's real simplistic and easy. Then I'll do an all-call to say, if you would like this, it's 100% free. Go to our website,
Right.
click on it, boom, you're there. I just want to roll it out in the best way, and I want to make sure I got you all involved first before trying to roll it out. That way, if someone asks you a question, you have some information. And Dave here does a great job of